Second, guys. I'm just getting some stuff ready here. The fuck did JPass say? No comment from Powell on the economic outlook or monetary policy. That should be slightly bullish. Hmm. One more second. All right. Cool. All right. Discord's working. Yes. Yes. How's everyone doing? Let's see if we fill the gap here. Not a lot of support at 43.85, but there's a lot of interest at 90 and 4,400. Good morning, Trash. Captain Girk, is Cat DN still around 237? Cat DN is at 230 now. So Cat is above GN. As a pleb, I appreciate that what you do in the morning grind DD. However, if it will be an optimization of your time, I personally am happy that you are here around market open. Thanks, man. I don't think the SPX has ever had 8 green days in a row, at least not in the last 10 years, and even 7 is exceedingly rare. I guess the economy really is fixed. If only the price of the S&P was equivalent to economic conditions, you'd be right. Dude, chilly. Furnace has been ripped out as freezing temps have started. I'd have one shipped from 600 miles away. That sounds fun. You should make yourself a blanket burrito. Why is IWM so naughty? I don't know. Stock market, same like economy? No. Give me 30 minutes and I'll chart out every fucking day of the SPX and give you a list of dates. Go nuts, Carl. Well, SPX chop between 4,100, 4,400 forever. Probably not. The problem with blanket burritos is that you get all kinds of fuzz in your teeth and they're dry as all get out. You have to sauce them. It's like any other burrito. What's up, Girk? Barry here. What's up, Barry? Still Girk. How liquidity looking on Upstart? No, it was a huge miss. Curious as to how much post-earnings recovery it could see. Yeah, Upstart's liquidity is still pretty fucked. Although it would appear that the selling is in fact selling and not shorting, right? The downward price is creating a realization in liquidity. So that's pretty bearish. I'm not going to say it can't bounce. It's definitely illiquid enough that we could see some recovery there, but I need to look more at their earnings and stuff. It's a pretty big gamble, I'll say that much. What did JPOW say? Absolutely fucking nothing. Is there anything that can push SPX down today? Sure. Profit taking? On the bull side, de-risking. Same shit, right? It's not a ton of put interest. There's the 10-year auction at 1 o'clock, but I suspect we're going to go up before that. Preferred blanket sauce? I don't know if I have a preference. I'll have to think about it. Is there anything that can push us? So, good morning from Southern California, Morongo Casino. Oh, out in the desert. Good morning, John. How you doing, man? Can we buy Upstart at 12 again, please? Might be a little while, but yeah, it's possible. The question is, when it hits 12, are you going to want it? If you were to say, I'm busy buying SPY 450s for next week's expiration, and then chat starts buying them as well, does that cause the contract to go up? It could. That really depends on a lot of other factors, right? Like the liquidity in the contract. But yeah, it could. If the contract's fairly liquid or near the money, probably not. It's not going to have much of an effect, right? That's why I try to avoid, saying like I'm going to buy this contract for this date. Especially on stream. The road to 4,700 is paved with your dead puts chat. What about the calls? We need calls to get to 4,700. What's that article about banks offloading synthetic risk? I haven't seen it. Yesterday was the first 8 green days in a row in a long time, and the last time it was only up like 3.5%. And we're at like 6% so far. What a time. There we are. What do we need Cat to break? We still wanted to break through the sold calls to the upside. So 35, 37, 50, 40, all important levels. It's looking pretty good so far, right? Really overestimating chat's ability to purchase said contracts in mass. Yeah. Yeah, you would really need a huge amount of capital that's not really present here. Uh, in order to really really change the price of any contracts. I guess if something's illiquid enough, you don't, but if it's that illiquid, not that many people are going to be buying it, right? If cat breaks above 237.22, are we partying? Gamma neutral on cat moved down. So cat isn't currently in a positive gamma environment. Breaking 238, I believe, is of some significance. Charm on Caterpillar will flip positive. I don't really know how important that is, but it's a thing. Cat has some FTDs today, which is neato. There's some trend resistance right around that same level, 238.48, 238.50. The cat PP in mind. The position posted now out of the money. If I were to paper trade this, I need to adjust the strikes lower. The PP position is only valid in the morning posted. It's posted at night, so it's not even valid by the time market opens. So you do have to make some judgment calls on your own. And that's just simply the nature of the market. So yeah, you're gonna have to, you know, adjust risk appropriately for opening price and things like that, were you to paper trade them. There was a point in a time where we had enough money that we could swing prices on contracts. Not much. The net total GEX charts you posted in Pickle's Picks in the morning, that's all 0 DTE. Yep. I post the whole chain also. That's in the, like, in last night's DD. I'm just updating the positioning as it's coming in the pre-market, right? That's the point of me posting those 2 extra charts in the morning. Because sometimes, depending on economic news in the pre-market, the positioning can change quite a lot. I don't know if I want to keep this downside hedge open. Maybe I keep it open until the 10-year auction. That seems kind of fucking stupid, though. How are you looking, Dork? Yeah. Feels stupid. Although, I'm not really sure all the interest here is all that bullish. How's Dow doing today? Dow's doing a little better this morning. That's a nice sign. RSP's actually up 16 BPS. So maybe we get, maybe breadth is a little bit healthier today. That'll help Cat out a lot. Seven days from 5/29/2020. Oh Jesus, you got a whole bunch of them. 10/13/21 through 10/21/21. 7 green days. 9 green days from 7/29/2020 through 8/10/2020. 7 days from 5/29/2020 through 6/8/2020. 7 days from 11/8/2019 through 11/15/2019. 11 fucking green days from 1/4/2019 and 1/18/2019. That's a lot of green days, Carl. Too many. I'm buying weekly calls. Selach? What is that? Selch? I'm not. All right. Easy money after good earnings. Okay. Cool, man. You know what I fucking hate on FinTwit more than anything is the like stock market history analysts. Fuck those people. They're like, oh, you know, on this day, the SPX peaked at X price for the first time in, you know, 12 years, and this happened seven weeks before the market crashed, and it happened again today. Fuck off. Those people are assholes. Also, celebrity birthdays. Yeah, those are pretty stupid too. You're pronouncing it wrong. I don't know how to pronounce that trash. It's not a real word. FinTwit market historians are fooled by randomness. It's just like, why do they think that pointing to some arbitrary like analytical point from the past 10 years is a valid is like a valid interpretation of what's going to happen in the future? Like, does that create a narrative or something? The market could be green for 20 days and then crash. Like, it's just stupid. Then they state past performance is no guarantee of future results. I've lost 6 pounds in 6 days. I'm going for 50 pounds in 50 days. All right. Don't die. That's a lot of weight to lose quickly. What's your price target for Upstart? I don't have one. I'm not interested in buying Upstart for quite some time. Market has never been green for 20 days. Can confirm. How far back are you going, Carl? What about the Dutch tulip market? What I want to know is how where are they getting the information from in the first place? Are they really going back through like 100 fucking years of market data to find out, how many Tuesdays in a row were green? What a fucking waste of time. Is there some news service that's providing this information for them? It's almost as bad as Peruvian Bull just posting random Fred charts and being like, oh my God, guys, look at this. Fuck him. The 11 green days was after Volmageddon. The Lily Bros were the worst part of the tulip market. Fair. They're just reading articles on Market Watch. That's the extent of their analysis. They just ask Chat GPT, like, what unique data point happened on the market? What if it's wrong? Who's Peruvian Bull? He's a what I assume a undergraduate level economics dropout that's obsessed with the dissolution of the American economic system and a crypto bro. Dutch East India Company IPO win? Good question. And hyperinflation. You could just say ape. Fair. Well, there's the 390 test. That should be some resistance. 4,400 looks pretty good still. Although that's quite a lot of calls on the money. If we see any profit taking at the 43.75 level, that could kind of rug this a bit. But GN on SPX is now at 43.70. So if we fall below 43.75, we're not below gamma neutral. Right now, put call interest is pretty flat. Not a lot of anything going on. I just spammed Facebook telling all the boomers they best pull their CCs on cat. Let's see if it works. Just ask Chat GPT your data point twice, then divide by 2. Super accurate. So you get the average of one answer. I'm in the financial district. What are some cool sites for my pickle themed tour guide? Sites? In the in FIDI? There's there's not a lot, man. You could go to the 9/11 memorial. That's kind of cool and also super depressing. Washington Square Park's not it's not it's not super far from there, but it's not that close. I think there's like a museum down there, like Federal Hall or something. There's the Battery, for which Battery Park. You could do that thing that everyone does and take a picture with the bull. Yeah, also, if you could, while you're down there and just walking around, just shout fear, uncertainty really loud. It's a tradition. Don't. Yeah. Yeah, I was in high school when 9/11 happened. Hold a pifi sign outside the Today Show window. I removed all the sugar, only water, large salads, chicken, eggs, protein powder, fully satiated. You're such a weird dude, man. No problem, Hugh. If I was on foot looking for the bull, where would I find it? Asking for a friend. It's on Broadway, just north of Bowling Green. It's hard to miss. It's a giant bronze bull. Bowling Green's like a little park. So it's like kind of like you have like Bowling Green, and then there's like the street, and it goes like this kind of. And this is Beaver Street, which should be easy to remember. And this is Broadway. And then the Bull's right here. Where were you when 7-Eleven happened? I wasn't. Age 37? Whoa. Chill the fuck out, man. I think I'm 35. Maybe. I was flying a helicopter in flight school when 9/11 hit, then spent the next decade shooting things overseas, then came home to get yelled at by my wife. I'm still at war. Sorry to hear about your PTSD. Keep fighting the good fight. It's not bronze. It's made of pure carbonized tourist skin cells, polished by sweat. Gross. Ooh, hey, I can sell that fucking thing now. Wait, Dork. How down? You're also weird. Yeah, but in a more normal way than you. Like I'm socially acceptably weird. You're not. Ken Burns' New York doc was pretty cool. I've never seen that. I saw the Civil War one. It puts me to sleep like almost instantly though. It took me 6 months maybe to watch the entirety of it. You've been 35 for 3 years now? No, that's not true. I was like 33 when we started doing this. Look at my baby face. Are you kidding me? This isn't the face of a 37-year-old. It looks like the market and I both took a stinky dump at the same time. How high can cat go? Well, I'd like it to go a bit higher than it did, ideally. Although it really started to get close there. If we go out here on the 30-minute, that's kind of bullish, right? Getting a little bit of against that resistance. So pretty neat. Maybe. Is that gap fully filled? It is. Yeah, why doesn't this just doesn't look super. Nothing here is looking really bullish. I'm gonna be perfectly frank. Um the failure at 43.90 seems to have led to just a lot of in the money call profit taking. And while there's some put selling going on, no one's buying any fucking calls at all. Maybe that'll change. Maybe we'll get some call buying now that we've filled the gap. Or not. Yeah, maybe not. That looks kind of bearish. RSP now flat on the day. NASDAQ down. Russell down 50 BPS. Fucking piece of shit. Dixie up. Yields aren't really turning down much. The 6, 2, and 5 are up. Top end of the curve still moving down, but it's only like 20 to 50 BPS. Core 1 month trying. Bond volatility simply did not fall off that hard. Maybe I just keep that open as my downside hedge. Okay, there's a little bit of call buying. Still not a lot. Call buying and put profit taking? Cough, they're gonna de-risk. Cough, cough. They may, yeah. That's a real possibility. Greg looks about the same as he did when we started, but this painting I have has gotten super gnarly. Nice. If we don't test 4,400 and the bear trap into next week happens, would you still expect SPX to go down for SLD? No, I think it would stay up during SLD if that were the case. Well, mostly up. Probably fall after OPEX or like into OPEX. Mostly my concern is that everyone's so determined to fade the top here that we don't fall enough to really get any downside momentum, and then a subsequent pump or another pump would squeeze out all of that positioning, right? Allowing bulls to push higher on the chain and providing them with the liquidity to do so. So pullbacks cool, but maybe not, right? If like the pullback isn't deep enough, no one's gonna be satisfied. Girk looks great for 35, or as we say on dating apps, airbrushed 42. Portrait of Dorian Girk. It was a Dorian Gray joke. It was a good one too. Sneaky. Trash is warming up. I'm watching What We Do in the Shadows, and Girk definitely looks similar to Matt Berry, so I've been told. They could easily be second cousins twice removed. You son of a bitch. That's true, Evans. If it breaks 238, are you holding overnight? Probably. Yeah, I don't know about that. We'll see. I don't want risk of assignment. Because right now I'm at pin risk on the in the money put spread. I suppose I could keep, if we hit like 240, maybe I'll close the put spread and keep the calls open. I've read a book before. It was crazy. Matt Berry is awesome in what we do in the shadows. Yeah. Market can tighten for us if it persists. Market rips 7% in a week. JPOW. Yields reverse 6 months of gains. Chad JPOW in December. 100 BPS it is if he weren't a cuck. Yeah, except he is. But we might see a rate hike in December. I think he's just gonna lean into the dot plot, right? Although we'll see what he says tomorrow, right? He can correct a lot of the damage he's done very quickly just by kind of changing his narrative a little, right? I'd like to apologize to my audience trashing the good name of pineapple pizza. Oh, blow yourself. Does JPOW know that he caused damage? He has he? Thinking retest 4,400 today, or is this starting to break down a bit? I'm not gonna lie, the call buying here is meh. I'm not super impressed. What are you talking about end of day yesterday with VIX futures correlation and how it's hot lettuce? Well, VVIX is becoming more correlated, positively correlated with the contract in front, which is more likely just a sign that volatility demand is becoming more pronounced, but it seems relevant on the weekly. Hot lettuce? Yeah, hot lettuce is the worst thing ever, trash. Someone's calling me. Why? 1 second. All right. Where do you get your SPX options data from? I believe we get it from Opera and CBOE. I'll buy some calls to help the cause. Which cause? Irate co-fire, how dare you not ready my full message? I hope one day you're stuck in a room behind a glass wall watching the best trade opportunity of your life slip through your fingers because all there is to eat is hot lettuce, pineapple pizza, and all you have to do is eat it to win. I'd just explode, right? It's very simple. Spontaneous combustion. That's how it happens. It's a real thing. Was the SUX bear spread from yesterday? Yeah, it is. It is. And no, I'm not happy about owning it, but it's there. Interest is leveled off again. Call selling. Let's see. Don't know what to do with this other than say thanks for everything you do. Thanks, Derek. I appreciate it, man. That's a nice use of it. Oh, it's so shitty, dork. What even is that? VIX is moving up a bit. IWM's really shitting the bed. Damn cat. For breakfast this morning, I boiled a head of lettuce and milk for 7 minutes, sprinkled some brown sugar and balsamic vinegar on it, then poured cereal in and went to town. Ew. I bought some Selecals. Can you look at it even though you don't want to? Oh, that's a ticker? I didn't know what the fuck you were talking about. Celsius? Okay. It's got some upgrades and shit. Maybe it'll get some pumpies. I'm not particularly a big fan of buying the second shoulder of a Head and Shoulders, but on the long side. I suppose it could be worse though. How are their earnings? Okay. Margins are pretty stable. It's had good performance this year, I know that. What's your target? Yeah, maybe. Husband, the stream card this morning is glorious and amazing, and while the stream name includes a word I don't understand, I know. Oh, God. Wait, who deleted? Why did you retract your message? Person. I don't even know who sent this. Y'all can hate on pineapple pizza all you want, but if people start talking smack about hot lettuce pizza, I'm gonna lose it. Y'all know what you're missing. Gross. I don't know who Captain Insano is. Is March enough theta to short TLT? Probably. When I'm feeling down, it's usually because I ate a lot of parking lot berries. The pavement absorbs a surprising amount of heat, though. Squamps, stop eating the berries from the parking lot. Love you forever. Check DMs. Oh, God. It's too early, man. I'm not dealing with that right now. Yeah, I see it. I see it, Carl. This is $1,000 bill with insurance for a fairly regular blood panel at a hospital. You? How can regular people afford to live? I don't know. They just don't get the blood panel. That's the secret. Hmm. Maybe there's still a shocking amount of call selling going on here. And a little bit of put selling. How's that going to work? It's not my birthday, dork. My birthday's in 11 days. Captain Insano brings the boom. Okay. Did the 4390 and 4400 call interest capitulate? No, it's still there. There's not as much of it as there was, but it's still there. The 4400 interest, I'm not sure isn't just heavily sold, but the 4390 interest is long. Sure, it's not today. We all saw you wink. I didn't. No, there was no winking. It's not. It doesn't change every year. It's always on the same day every year. My birthday is not the same as Freg's Day. It precedes Freg's Day. What's going on? QQQ is red on the day. That's fucking illegal. There's no more tech to pump. So I lied about going back to the QQQ for straddles and went to a 4375, 4390 strangle for Friday. So we're going to be stuck in this range as SPX teases me. It's all my fault. You would have done a lot better with a straddle here. You don't want to do strangles when vol's low. Just for future reference. Your birthday is like Thanksgiving, where it's the second Wednesday of the month. Hmm. No, I won't be turning 35 again, unfortunately. I think it's 36 this year. TikTok. Thanks for the offer, Odorous Dan, but I can handle it. It's on the 19th. What are you doing for Thanksgiving? Or do Persians not celebrate that? No, I don't. Has nothing to do with being Persian, because I'm not. 36 is the new 35, thanks to inflation. Nice, Odorous Dan. "36 is still young. No TikTok anxiety yet. Jen, I spend the entirety of my life drinking coffee, eating poorly, and sitting in an office chair. I've got maybe 12 years left. Don't say that, Gork. It's true, Dork. I need you for another 13. So specific. So when are you going to get absurdly yoked for those looming silver fox years like you keep talking about? We could be gym bros and bench each other like bros do. Well, I've got to start soon. I guess now? I could start now. Before all the tea's gone, because the tea's going to start decaying. And I'm going to have to supplement it. Who's going to inherit your fabulous wealth? I'm not that rich. I don't have like hundreds of millions of dollars or anything. You can afford healthcare? Yeah, but that's not ridiculous. But you don't even use your rowing machine. How will you get swole? Well, I could start using it. It's in my living room. Gym vlogs? Nice. Can't wait. No, I'm definitely not doing that. People with your habits tend to live past 100. Don't put that on me. Who will inherit your apartment lease? That's a good question. I'm not sure that I can pass it down. Wow, people already forgot about your adopting a 20-year-old prodigy plan, and they dare call themselves cultists. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Evil people tend not to die. I'm not evil. At worst, chaotic neutral. The apartment lease is 99% of why you're in fact independently wealthy. ES looks less bullish than SPX. Okay. I can maybe we can work out some agreement with the Dans. All you have to do is take local honey. Now that I know your birthday, if you could just let me know your mother's maiden name and your high school mascot, I should have enough money to become a billionaire. Thanks. You have enough money to swap your blood out with a younger version of you? I don't know. Maybe I'll just get super into like experimental age treatment and see what happens. High chance to rally from earnings this week. When's their earnings? Tomorrow morning? Maybe. Yeah, could be interesting. Although I'm sure it's priced into the options chain to some degree. Fuck you, Caterpillar. All right. Um. Hmm. Yeah, I see that. Hmm. Roommate's boss swears by skipping morning coffee and instead chugging a liter of water followed by a tablespoon of honey. Says it gets you really jacked for the day. That's odd. Is the cap play dead if SPX tanks? Possibly. Oh, god damn it. Are we just gonna sit around till fucking 1 o'clock doing nothing? Yep. Any words of wisdom on selling Nvidia? 460, 450 bear call spreads for 11.17. Um, I might confirm that it's breaking down a bit first, which really can't do at this price. It can move higher to like 71 or 76. And it's a bit above the like the long-term trend. So one would argue that this is in fact a breakout, and shorting a breakout could be a very bad idea. So yeah, I would at least confirm it breaking back below 4460. Don't forget their earnings are coming up too. R2K is not doing ups again. No, it's not. It's down 100 basis points. It's being a real bitch. I don't sell spreads often, thanks to the insight. Just so you know, in the future, with earnings approaching, volatility can increase, which hurts the profitability of your spread into expiration. So in a situation like that, where volatility is likely to go up approaching earnings, sometimes it's better just to get the long option. And then you can kind of lean on the spike in IV as a little bit of a hedge. Will you be cryogenically frozen before dying? Not unless I leave one of my freezers open. Fubo staying around $3 is nice. It makes me think we get a leg up next week before going back to sub 250. I actually don't like Fubo staying above $3 here. I wish it was a little bit more reactive to the Russell, because it just tells me that they're netting off a lot of shit while the Russell dives and provides them liquidity. I didn't ask you for a thermodynamic analysis, Rob, in your head. Bostic just called to let me know he's speaking in 15 minutes. Excellent. How did September wholesale inventories come in? Ooh, up. That's not really super bearish. That should be expected for this time of year. A little bit above analyst expectations. Yeah, really nothing going on till the 10-year note. Yeah, Cook wasn't overly dovish this morning. He had some prepared statements at the Central Bank of Ireland. China's terrible economy is starting to weigh on financial stress. Should I go get a new Nick stick? What's that? That's on a treadmill in front of a standing desk to watch the market. Have you tried? I have, actually. It is hard to focus. I taught older Girk that buffalo, 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 buffalo was a sentence, and now she won't stop saying buffalo. What do? Well, you really dug your own grave on that one, Pterodactyl. I'd leave. I mean, go get a gallon of milk for a few years. It's just a phase, but it may not be one that you want to be there for. How many on-track earnings do you think is enough to raise Fubo's trading range to above $3? Will it take profitability to do that? Probably, because they're always kind of teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. Either they succeed or fail, right? And that's always going to keep some short interest there. Thanks for all you do. Celsius is ripping. 182 already. Nice, man. SPX looking for ups. Well, I don't know if it's gonna find any. But we do have a little bit more put selling here. Oh dear God. It's like a honey stick, but it's filled with chaw. That's disgusting. UWMC beat seems interesting while financials tank. The last quarter shouldn't be bad financially for well, they're not really an underwriter, but there's still like quite a lot of demand for homes. It's just that it's drying up moving forward, right? So I don't expect a lot of like the at least mortgage related financial sector to do too badly this quarter. It's just they're not going to do very well moving forward. I have crippling diagnosed and untreated ADHD. The walking desk helps me focus on work more than anything else I've ever tried, other than drugs. Yeah, I don't have that problem, so that's why I don't use the walking desk. But that's cool. Don't settle for a walking for a treadmill desk. Just gorilla glue your rower to the desk. Interesting. I'm afraid I've used all my serotonin for the year. Okay, well that happens. It'll recharge. Don't worry. Ice cream sandwich. Thank you so much. You're getting a lot of phone calls for someone whose birthday it isn't. It isn't my birthday. You know when my birthday is. I have all those things, and I'm going to seriously consider that. Thank you. There you go. God, I love ADHD drugs and drugs, mostly the drugs. Noted. Oops, I lost my premium again. Hmm. I must say, fuck Caterpillar. is it doing this to me? Hmm. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't want to buy a call. Sorry, Greg, is it because I'm in the cat play this time? No, it's not. It's because of boomers selling short calls. But uh, it's fine if you want to blame yourself. Yeah, my birthday's on the 19th. Hey, Greg, I'm only able to pop in here because of work, but now that Upstart has taken big downs, is it a good buy yet? Or has the company's fundamentals changed? I mean, credit conditions have changed, and the secondary credit markets are drying up pretty quickly, according to the SLOS report. So I have no interest in buying Upstart anytime soon. Remember when they tried saying 2 quarters of consecutive negative GDP wasn't a recession? What if I told you that all the GDP is negative? How would you feel about that? Don't worry, they'll tell us in 2027. He's doing a Morpheus. Any expectations for Cat, or do you think it's done? I mean, it's not done. It hasn't fallen below delta neutral. It's but it's also not alive. Gamma's positive, so it's harder for it to drop now a little bit. Do you think Upstart is well positioned if credit conditions improve? It's going to be a while. Can I explain what? I think I like the management of Upstart quite a bit, but it's going to be tough for them for a while. I think they could survive it, but their share price is probably going to suffer as a consequence. What are your thoughts on oil nosediving of late due to global recession, demand destruction, diminishing Middle East risk premium, or something else? It's kind of all of those things, right? Trying to decide if I should sell one Zom put. Hmm. Yeah, you might want to be patient with that. But cyclically, we're not in a very high demand part of the year. The demand from like holiday shipping is gonna start to slide off here. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's obviously still risk with like the geopolitical conflict, but it's not really something that you can accurately bet on, right? So, what is delta neutral on cat? Like 233? I think it's a little lower than that. It's 230, 237. I'm looking dork. Say bearish things. We haven't broken 4,400. This looks worse and worse. It's not looking better. I mean, it's not really that it's worse. We're just flat, and most of the draw here is at 75, right? So we're kind of just getting pulled into the 75 strike slowly as nothing really happens. There's not like a exceptional amount of long interest. Some is building, but it's very, very slow. What's more likely today? SPX 4400 or CAT 240? I think those might be the same thing, actually. GTA 6 finally releasing an actual trailer of the game in December. They pretty much decide the direction of the gaming market, especially as to whether things are tradable, resellable. Hmm. Interesting. Oh, God, IWM looks like shit. Jesus Christ. God damn it. QQQ catching bids. Is it though? Like I think this will start to turn around, but it may be a minute. Uh, I doubled down my efforts on Cap by buying a targeted ad to boomers on Facebook, alerting them that MSNBC just said the stock is headed to all-time highs. What's your click-through rate? JPOW cuts next meeting. Does the market rocket up on de-risking before dying due to USG JPY carry trade collapsing? That could be very problematic. Yeah, I don't think JPOW's cutting at the next meeting at all. So I don't know. I don't think it's a worry, but that would be, yeah, that would be very problematic. We'd probably get a squeeze in treasuries, which are already super illiquid. We saw a bunch of sell off on a bunch of stocks, including Upstart. Upstart had earnings last night. Do you know how I know I'm a bad investor? Because I need Fubo to go down, GME to go up, and SPX to go down all at the same time. I always do this to myself. Well, at least you're hedged. No worries, man. Is there a good way to get swole during the trading day? So I've frequently thought about building a home gym and just putting a bunch of monitors up on the wall so I can like watch the charts while I'm working out, and then if I need to do anything, I can just like step up and make trades or whatever. But um you could just go to the gym after market closes. It's like a 9 to 4 job. It's not even that bad. It's 9:30 to 4. Most people work more hours than that. Bullish on scam calls to New York City area codes ripping the last 5 days. I've gotten a lot of them. Treasuries and illiquid aren't two words you want to hear together. Yeah, you generally don't want the US 10-year, which is arguably the most liquid, should be the most liquid environment in the world, bouncing around like a shitcoin, but here we are. If GTA 6 announces blockchain enabled, bullish for GME? No, they got rid of their wallet. Why would Rockstar give GME any of their money? This is gonna make sense. Getting gains while getting gains. Do one push up every time you fuck up a trade. You look like the Terminator by the time the Santa rally ends. We did 5x70 push ups while listening to the stream, then 30 minutes on a stationary bike. Alright. Weights are supposed to be heavy. Ooh. Hmm. Well, there's some support here. I feel like I'm gonna regret this, but are the best traders you know flabby or swole? All different kinds of body types. Most of the best traders I know are old. I do 10 push-ups every time a trade goes against me. My arms are ripped. Nice. Think I should add more to Celsius. I don't care about your Celsius play at all. Buy a call with me, or are you sick of hearing about it? The latter. Don't forget you have resistance at 185. Now the traders you know caked or pancaked. Define old, like 45, 50 plus. You, I mean, I feel like being old is beneficial for trading. A, they have more experience, right? B, they don't care about anything anymore. They're just like most of the best traders I know are kind of just like machines. Like they just buy and sell, and they don't care about anything else that's happening. Are they better than you? Hmm. No. Well, that's not fair. Some of them. I guess some of them have more money than me, but that's a factor of time as well. I haven't traded for 40 years. People either age and become completely reactive, or they age to be a bit dead inside. The latter would do better in the market. Well, you've only got 12 to 13 left. I'm working on it. What was the first ticker you bought? Like the first stock I ever owned? AMD. I'm getting you Chantix for your birthday. It doesn't do anything. It's giving me weird nightmares. Weird, super vivid nightmares. Here's the truth. Sometimes I forget to mention your immense rugged handsomeness on a day-to-day basis, but its truth is undeniable. Thank you, Barodactyl. Don't worry, when you do remember, it means the world. I also bought AMD at $3 only because I built my computer using their CPU. I've told my wife since I met her 10 years ago that I was going to die at 35. I turned 35 on Sunday. I have a year or less. You're 12 as a rich man sounds like forever. How do you know? What are your thoughts on oil retreating so hard? A lot of it has to do with the consumption production data from yesterday. So it'll probably stabilize at some point soon, but it's having a bit of a rough go. I hate how I knew your first stock before you answered. God, I've been here too long. I just popped in to say hi since I thought this is an anniversary edition. Okay, bye. Bye, man. Also, hello. I'm the grandpa from Hey Arnold. He knew his death year too. He was just off by a few years. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna rewind the tape to hook you up with a better 4390 entry. Ooh, if this breaks down, VIX is gonna spike super hard. Trying to reverse it though. If we bounce, we should be able to get good momentum to the upside. So maybe this is just a little bit of an overreaction. Okay, we'll just be patient. Spike to 1475. I was thinking more like 1550. So what you're saying is that you're gold digger bait since they only have to wait a few years, and then I live forever. I know the first act too. I don't feel any way about it, except there might have been better things I could have retained. Fair enough. The first stock I bought was GE, but not when GE was a good stock to buy. I belong here. I trade like a machine. I keep putting money in and cranking the handle without fail. Consistency and dedication, that's what leads to perpetual poor. I hope it clicks for you one day, man. Still looking at 233 to cut cat, or is that target changed? If cat doesn't break GN today, or well, if it doesn't break the 43.7 237.50 level today, I'm just gonna close it. But I'm not gonna sit around and wait for it to assign me. I don't need a prenup with Darth because we're not fucking married. No, I'm not out of the cat play. It's just in the other. It's in the margin side of the account over here. Hilaria is 39, and Baldwin is like 65 with 7 children, so there's still time, I guess. Yeah. Cat looked good this morning, too. It did, yeah. And then it didn't. That's not what the stream card says. The stream cards are not legally binding. Oh, yeah, that seems more important. Gross. Cat's setup's actually like really good, right? It's just taking too long to be realized. IWM does not look good, however. I should probably cut. Well, I guess a 172 test isn't out of the question today. I should have just cut it at market open. Jesus. Futures looks kind of good to retest 4,400 if it gets some fucking momentum. Hmm. It's not my birthday. Did you cut your Vega position for a profit? Yes, I've been adding more over the last couple days with VIX below 15. I didn't cut all of it, but I cut a pretty big chunk on the bounce. I like how that looks. How far out are you looking at Vega positioning? March AM 24. 2024. Fill. God damn it. That got crushed. See here. Still not a lot of long side interest. Yeah. Interesting. almost yesterday's low. Just tapped it. Seems excessive. Bounce here, maybe. We're getting pretty close to gamma neutral. Let's see. So there's puts being added at 43.70. Everything else looks pretty flat. If we do anything but flat, VIX is going to go up a lot, upside or downside. It'll also be hard to stop while trying to minimize realized vol. Yeah. I don't think there's that many calls to squeeze out at 80, but 90, yeah. Like, I think like 85 without VIX doing too much, but 90, it's going to start to get a little weird. Or just the upside of 85. I'm more worried about the market tanking. Into what? Like, I know there's no support, but there's not a lot to accelerate price action unless we fall below 50, right? Just because no dollary dues, I suppose. I don't think that's going to happen until at least after the 10-year auction, though. Do you think 4,400 is an option for tomorrow? It's still an option for today. Is Google today's pumping device? I don't know. Microsoft is up like 50 BPS. I would say Google's far less important than that. Yeah, I'm still in cat. I probably will be till at least the end of today. On a test of 240, the theta decay is still advantageous for me. Apple's up 25 BPS. Yep. Nvidia's up 90. Meta's down though. Meta and Tesla are down. So is Amazon. One second. What was that about? The 17-week auction? Who gives a shit? What the fuck did that matter? Dork, that was fucking crazy. Big put selling. Right there. Zero DT interest is pretty much the same. Just want to let you know, I'm finally bringing my own first DGen into this world, and he's doing May. Thanks for all the knowledge over the years. I'll make sure to pass my bags on to him. Congratulations, Casey. That's awesome, dude. Also, Vix, it's like a Gen Z driving a clutch. Oh, Jesus Christ, J Fresh. Really, man? What the fuck was the 17-week auction result? $5.285? Dude, how desperate is the bond situation right now? That's kind of fucking crazy. They're trying to bounce it. They sold a literal fuck ton of puts right there, so. That's when I'm watching Upstart till the lending environment turns around. This seems like the beginning of the discount I've been waiting for since $12. Not much seems to have changed. Just if you buy it anytime soon, be prepared to hold it for a couple years. It could go much, much lower. Something has fundamentally changed, and that's that the secondary market for loans is drying up. It's not good for their business model. So it could be rough for them for at least a year, maybe longer. Son of a bitch. Someone is selling the fuck out of the 4380 call. Oh. Thanks, Atomic. Double top on Google in the 1 hour? Not unless it confirms a breakdown. What the fuck is going on here? Google looks more like it's ready to break out than go down. Could you stop them from selling 4380s for a few so it can creep up enough for me to properly position? The volatility on this contract is nuts. I clearly didn't realize what I was getting myself into when I bought them. Yeah, I know Cat's testing VWAP. We're starting to get a little pump in like Dow right now. Down Russell looks like it's kind of moving up. Yeah, Russell's bouncing a little bit. So's actually Dow's kind of shitting. Hold on, let me have a look at the 5 minute. No, Dow's kind of finding a bottom here, or trying to find a bottom. At this point, I just want to exit this call before they sell them all again. Short calls closing here. Or put profit taking. Oh, maybe that's some put profit taking. In the 75. Massive petro fire in Texas. Hmm. Interesting. ES is getting a little bit of volume on the upside here, but it's still kind of rough going. Still more put selling. So dead cat bounce. We'll see. If we break 4380 here, I think we squeeze out some call sellers. Hey, Peenster Brands, that's right. You haven't liked the stream yet because you're an asshole or something? Come on, we both know that isn't true. Just hit that button, buddy. Thanks, Derek. Not sure if I want to position before the bond action or wait for end of day. I kind of want to see if the like bulls try to pump into the auction. God damn it. This call selling is fucking infuriating. Oops. Bonds finna squirt, VIX finna squirt, Dork finna squirt. You sure? Correlation's kind of turning around right now. Our regulator's starting to target FHLB. It seems fishy. I don't know, maybe because they're providing shitloads of liquidity to the banking industry. Do you believe in any upside movement at this point? It really depends. I don't know who's going to win here. It's hotly contested. There's there's roughly as many put sellers as there are call sellers. Someone's going to get fucked. It means that broadly equities are picking up volatility. But that's also just a symptom of them trying to pump equities. Or, well, someone trying to pump equities. Not me. I'm sitting this madness out. I mean, it's hard not to want to taste. FHLB seem like bank's shady back alley cocaine dealer. What? They're a trusted American institution. How movement would sellers tolerate before buying back to close? Giving us more momentum. Uh, so call sellers are selling the 75 and 80 pretty heavily. I don't know what the fuck put sellers are selling, but they're trying to push back against vol. And everything just kind of ends up flat here, right? If they keep just fighting each other. Goldman's Privorotsky said, I think we've had our abrupt squeeze of the lows alongside rates. Everyone reached for the year-end rally and tried to protect short alpha. From here, you need to see numbers going up. Aside from secular pockets, it's hard to justify. And in fact, even the rally in some of these Mag 7 names is going to get hard to explain if rates go back up. Ooh, institutional bears? Fading cyclicality still makes sense, and owning defensive secular growth, general bearish European ROW tilt also makes sense. I think the moves in commodities are in line with an element of growth repricing. Interesting. Yeah, we have the house the funding shut down on November 17th, right? We'll probably just get another extension. Ooh. Big boof. If they like the 4-month, they're gonna love the 10-year. I tried playing cat earlier, but I had to cut. Siren Purr is calling me back in though. Are you looking for anything in either direction there for confirmation? Yeah, it needs to break 237.50 and push the 240 sold calls. If it can do that, it can move really fast. It has a lot of like potential for upside strength. It's just been getting fucking wrecked because the market's so choppy. Would you just read comments from what the fuck is he? He's one of the managing directors of equity trading at Goldman Sachs, I think. Just read comments from a janitor at Goldman. Probably more honest. Are they tanking markets to stop Cat from moassing? No, I don't think so. Where's the Bulls' attempt to squeeze this? There currently isn't one. You'd think they'd try. But nope. Not yet, at least. That looks bearish as fuck. Did you wear Did you get a vest at the Pulte meetup in New York City last night? What? No. Why would I go to that? This is starting to look like shit. Lol jinx. Losing gamma neutrals not good. All right. Fuck this noise. We'll keep the long call. Hmm. Well, that's bearish as shit. There's no support here, right? Not till 50? I guess there's a little bit, but it sucks. Is this a mega drill? I mean, it's short vol losing positioning. Quickly. The tenuous grasp anyway, but lost 43.85 on futures. That's a pretty steep rejection. Man, there's really no downside support to like 43.67 here. There's like a tiny bit at 78, but I'm not even sure that that's very strong. All right, so if bulls don't get back gamma neutral, they're big fuck. Hmm. Yep. There's a bid at 43.50, but I don't think it's enough to stop the momentum. And then don't forget that VIX like supercharges on a breakdown of 43.50, right? That's a fast knife to try to catch mid fall. Market makers fishing for that fucking gap. Is this bullish? No. No, it's not. Stay away from my fucking stop, you bitch. Any chance of a bounce later this week or cut? This could be pretty bearish. There's not a lot to stop the downside here, to be honest. There's a minimal amount of support at 43.50, and I'm not really sure, given the momentum, that there's really that much preventing us from hitting delta neutral. Like, they can try to sell a shitload of vol here, but it may not be enough. I think I'm pretty willing to take like 650 on this in order to hold. Ah, bastard. Ah, whatever. Oh, I'm up for the day again. Nice. Settled cash? Can I keep pushing this? Hold on. I gotta check something here. Ooh, not a lot left. I'll stay away from that until the end of the day, I think. But I can do something here, right? So let's see. Not delta. Come on, fucker. Alright, so put and call selling here is fairly equivalent. Still a pretty smooth ramp down to... So maybe I do like a vertical. I don't have a day trade though. Huh. So if they fail to reverse this back to 43.50, if they're able to reverse it back above GN, decisions. I definitely want some of the downside exposure, right? Because this could only get worse. Well, I guess I could risk the day trade. Maybe I do like tomorrow. I already fucking sold that one earlier, didn't I? Oh, no, that was the other one. 80.65. $25. 25.50. Yeah, still gonna wait here. I'm gonna wait. Cat resisting the market fall pretty good. I mean, Cat's in a really stable position. It's just hard for it to move up. So like it's above delta neutral. And actually it's above delta and gamma neutral now. There's a little bit of charm that's affecting it. But I think into the end of this week, that'll probably bolster it. I'm just not gonna fuck with it anymore because it's being so choppy. I think I'm just gonna wait till I have a better confirmation of 43.75 breaking down, and then maybe I'll get something for early next week. Far too much vol shorting. Do institutions force gaps? I mean, it's in that instance, it was like a byproduct of it was more a byproduct of the momentum, right? I mean, they can incidentally force gaps. It's not in their best interest because they'd get a lot of slippage. Can this go back to 43.80? It's not looking good for it. I mean, they're really pushing the short put selling right now, and they're not regaining the prior level, right? So until we get a breakout here at like 43.67.50, this looks like it's gonna move down more. Adopted by Dan's. Thank you so much, man. Guys, welcome to Cornichon. Give Dan Adopted by Dan's a shout out for hooking you up. I appreciate it, dude. How do futures look? Well, we found support at like the 75 level. But like I said before, that's not really a very strong support. The next like strong support on futures is down at like 67, 65. So we'll see if they can turn it around on this, but it doesn't look very good so far. Give me a second. I gotta take some medicine. All right. Hmm. Jobless claims tomorrow. No, I've never played Maple Story, but I knew someone who played a lot of it. Has there been any significant de-risking of the positions they went into this month underwater on, or have they been adding? Mostly been adding. There was a little bit of de-risking yesterday, and the day before, but not much. It's mostly just been adding to it. Dealer Vega risk has been largely going up over the last like 7 days. There've been a couple plateaus, but yeah, it's mostly just gone up. Decent short entry on Nvidia on the bear flag. Could be, yeah. Yeah, futures does not look strong. I think I'm maybe pretty content with going like 65-30 into tomorrow. How much is that? We're really saving that much fucking money? Going into the 10th. No, I don't want 2 days. Could the 1 p.m. auction send us to 4,300? It'd have to be really bad. But uh we'd probably run into some resistance at actually would we? Hmm. I want to say we'd run into some resistance at futures 4,350, but we might not, right? Like we could probably just drag down to like 4,340 at that point. I think I'm gonna go put vertical. At the money straddle for tomorrow is 27. I think like this. Quite a lot of put interest built up. Like the put seller or put buyers are definitely winning out here. Yeah, I figure if this breaks down to 60, find support again, then I'll pick up the long side. What the fuck did I just open? 65.30, 647, 37 cents. Are we bearish or bullish? This looks pretty bearish, but it's kind of in a middle range here. Like bulls are trying to support it, but it's kind of like trying to catch a falling knife. For buyers and sellers, they're both just counterparties to one another. What are you looking for exactly to determine who's winning out? They're not all counterparties to one another. The MM's usually the counterparty. Will Nvidia hold up the entire market by itself? Really, Nvidia doesn't look that hot right now either. Kind of looks like shit, actually. I thought you'd like that. Now do you get it? Bulls can counterparty D's nuts into their mouths. Classy. Truly the people's poet. I went to an interview last March for SW engineering role. I was showing them an iPhone app that I built, but I forgot my friend was testing it down day prior. Good for you, man. Let's see. Positioning is kind of flattening out here. I guess we're getting kind of close to the auction. I think they try to pump it back to a more reasonable level before the auction. Maybe they can't. If 43.65 breaks down, 60 breaks down. Where's the next stop? Like ES 43.67, which is like SPX 43.50. He typed D's nuts into a field, and I never noticed it, but my interviewer sure did. I'm sorry to hear that, baby hands. So you got the job, and then what happened? Should I think of entering a position for end of day or hold till after I pick up the little dude from school? The outcome of the 10-year auction's kind of an unknown, right? Was 43.90 a big resistance? It seemed like we failed last October at 43.93 and went straight down. I mean, it's kind of a big. It's not that 43.90 is a big resistance. 4,400 is. Any chance we return to the 43.75 level, or well, I guess more accurately, like 4,400 ES is a really big resistance. Yeah, I mean, there's a chance they try to pump it back to gamma neutral here before the auction. That would be intelligent of them. They're trying. There's a little bit of interest they could squeeze out. If they could get us back to like 75. Not that there's any call side interest above 75. That's pretty weak, but the problem is they crush VIX and more put buyers come in. The interviewer responded with, I've said worse things to my wife. Thankfully, he laughed at it, but I did not get the job. I once had a job interview where they asked what set me apart from other applicants. I said, well, obviously my rugged good looks, and I was offered the job. Nice. Did you buy zero DT spread as a downside hedge? Where is your upside hedge? I don't currently have one. I don't really think this looks particularly bullish yet. Oops. Where did I have that? 60? Yeah, somewhere in there. A lot of call selling still here. Back to 4,400 makes no sense, so that's probably what will happen. I don't know how much interest there is left going up to 4,400. That range is trimmed down a bunch today on the drop. So we'd probably need like a decent amount of repositioning, at least on the long call side, in order to get much higher than like 75, 80. Yeah, excuse me. Aside from all the awful data, macro environment, and Fed actions, what advantage do bears have compared to bulls? VIX shorting. I mean, shorting VIX makes puts cheaper, but I'm not sure what you mean. Do you think shorting VIX is good for bulls? I mean, they need to do it for liquidity. That's that's not exactly good for them, right? Is cat dead? It's just not doing anything. It seems like the market is designed to go only up the majority of the time. Yeah, it is. There's generally positive pressure. Bearish return, like you know that like over time bears tend to return higher than bears, right? Or bulls, right? So like the average returns of like short only or net short funds are greater than long funds. That's because down happens fast. Elevator down, escalator up, all the stupid sayings, right? Nobody would participate in the market if it wasn't designed to go up. Yeah, it's pretty accurate. About 15 minutes out from the meeting. There's a lot of fucking call selling here. That's risky. And right now it's just a bear flag. Auction. Yeah, I meant to say auction. Cat just hung up on VWAP. Cat's just like, so Cat's above GN and DN right now, but there's a lot of sold calls to the upside, and so far it hasn't gotten any momentum to squeeze them out. And it may not. If indexes don't support the move, the short calls will just win out, and it'll just kind of crush vol into the end of the week. We all know what bear flags do. The one earlier broke down. Is Fubo dead? Time for CCs. Russell's not doing very well today. If you think the bear flag is going to break up, buy a call. Hmm. Educated guess on the 10-year? I have no idea what it's going to get at auction. 10-year is down today. 4.53 right now. Down about 80 BPS. They're, they're really just selling the fuck out of this, like 75, 70 level. I feel a big pump coming on. Okay. So vol shorts, short more vol, making people go long vol, essentially squeezing themselves out. Well, if you've compounded the position enough, it's inevitable, yeah, because you're gonna make volatility so cheap that everyone's incentivized to buy it, right? We're selling 75 calls, yeah. 75, 80, 85. I think that's 70 a little bit too, actually. It doesn't seem like they're very afraid of being squeezed out. Maybe they don't give a shit what the 10-year prints. There's moderate put selling, but I wouldn't say it's equivalent. Although I guess if bulls come in hard after the 10-year auction, then they could squeeze it all out, which would give them quite a lot of liquidity. Hmm. I don't think I said sell in the money CCs. JPO wants to pump it. JPO's not speaking today again. Tomorrow. The compelling part about the downside here is that there's a shitload of range and not a lot of support. So if this breaks down, it can go all the way down to like the auction's in 9 minutes. It can go like all the way down to 330. If it breaks up, we're gonna squeeze up to maybe like 4380 at best. And even 4380 doesn't look that good. It looks like we'd hit like 72, 73 and get rejected. Like there's just not a lot of liquidity to the upside. Even if they squeeze everything out, I highly doubt we'd stay over 75 for long. So like on the upside they need to reposition and the downside stacked. It's possible they don't even give a shit with the auction prints, right? They're just gonna short the fuck out of any outcome. Can take a couple minutes for the results to post. About 4360, 55p, so I'm really hoping it's bad. Tenure is at 2 p.m., right? No, it's at 1. Did you change your time zone to UTC -5? Daylight savings time as of the this last weekend. Yeah. Will I have enough time to make a sandwich before the 10-year results are posted? I don't know. How fast are you at sandwich making? Watch list is a sea of red. Who died? No one yet. Do you not have the Mag 7 on your watch list? Mag 7's doing okay. Most of it's doing okay. Short bonds equals long equities. Long equities equals short vol. Could this be transitive? Short bonds, long equities equals short vol. Yeah. So long bonds, short equities, long vol. It is. What's the fastest data source for the auction print? I mean, you probably. If Treasury Direct has an API, somebody, welcome to Zillionaire. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord if you need me to get you added. Thanks for the support, man. Going into the auction below gamma neutral doesn't seem very advantageous. How could the bond action be bullish? 10-year comes in below spot. Bearish as fuck right now, all in on puts. You were just all in on calls, and you said that whatever. I'm not listening to that nonsense. Not simply giving any of us the credit of assuming we can make a sandwich in a reasonable amount of time is a great illustration where you're good at trading and bad at YouTubing. Okay. I mean, 7 minutes is that's like a quick sandwich. Unless you're an experienced sandwich artist, I'd imagine it can be difficult to fully assemble a sandwich in 7 minutes. Okay. Yeah. Maybe I'm not accounting for the number of people in the audience that are former sandwich artists. Dirty little toe beans. Timed out by Fluffiosa for his misogynistic comment. The assembly isn't the problem, it's the ingredient preparation. If you have everything pre-cut and already cooked, it takes a minute at most. Do people have, like, sandwich prep stations in their homes, though? My panini press takes 10 minutes to warm up. As a previous sandwich artist, I feel attacked. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend anybody. I bought Netflix 380p's for $11.24. Easy money when this 10x's. Alright. That's because you have a bourgeois sandwich in mind. Your viewership is eating poverty peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I wasn't thinking of anything that bougie. Like maybe some, you know, like mortadella and prosciutto, some cherry peppers, a little bit of arugula. Are you heavy on puts? Not really. Speaking of the devil, I used to be a general manager at Jimmy John's for 5 years. We weren't sandwich artists. We were sandwich rock stars. Jerseys are at least skilled labor. They get to use the slicer. True. Yeah. You think you would get a large bounce at auction? I'm thinking we could, but it doesn't look great. Positionally, bulls are at a really big disadvantage here. They can try to squeeze out some of the interest, but I'm not sure that any of it's gonna capitulate. There we go. Auction. Auction time. So notes 4.511 before the auction. Was bearish a higher print? Yeah. Should we participate in this auction? You can, if you want to. Do you want to own 10-year treasuries? I don't like the current yield. I'd wait, but ooh, so I printed a tail. 0.008. Huh. Jesus. 35%. This is kind of bad. It's not really bad, but it's kind of bad. Risk off, probably. I don't think I need to do anything to make the market jump. It'll ask you every day until the market dumps. Okay. Well, they got back gamma neutral here. So that's kind of good for whatever. Not really sure that means anything. Futures resistance 43.90. So pretty close to that. Little pump. So we got put selling, but I wonder if we have call selling. The 75s aren't squeezed yet. Okay. Pressured. Can someone please let cat out of its cage? We'll see. A little bit of call buying on the 80. 70, 65, 60, 50. Only 35% allotted. This is because big boys still think rates go up more. Do I have this right? Yep. A lot of downward print. Huh? Was the print bullish? No, it printed a tail. It wasn't a big one. No, I think I'm still kind of right about 75 being about where they run out of liquidity here. Downside's supported by the because we're above gamma neutral, but it may not be for long, right? And if they lose gamma neutral again, the market maker might dump their hedge. So what I want to know here is if we see more call selling versus calls pulling back and getting squeezed out. We've definitely got some put selling. For reference, what would be a big tail? If it was like 01x, that would be more significant. We saw a couple of those towards the end of October. it's when the high for the auction comes in at a yield greater than spot. Still think later downs. I'm still thinking this may not last. Like they tried to squeeze out the calls, but they didn't really. They've sold a bunch of puts. And if the calls they bought start taking like if the in the money calls start taking profit, they're gonna lose their support here. So they need to keep pressuring it and try to squeeze out the calls. But if what I'm looking for now is if more call selling starts to come in and the bears kind of reaffirm their positioning. Because if we lose GN again, this can just tank. You know what's on deck for the auction for the rest of the week? We have a 30-year. We have a 30-year this week. Tomorrow, I believe. We have a 30-year auction tomorrow and then a Powell speech at 2 o'clock. I think tomorrow there's actually going to be monetary policy commentary. Greg wants government bonds to trade like penny stocks. Stability? Dude, the 30 years down 176 basis points today. It is a fucking penny stock. Gamma neutral's at 43.69. Didn't change. Remember that the when you have like a lot of short vol in the market like this, the initial reaction to bad news is risk off, right? And risk off pushes the market up if the majority of the positioning is bullish. We've been through this a bunch. Everyone's like, bearish news, why up? That's why. I think my low out of the money call hedge once we picks up. I'm so pro pumps. Same like purple circle. What? Did something bearish happen again? I just noticed the SPX rocket. The 10-year came in a little above spot. It wasn't much. But that doesn't really make me feel very bullish because frankly the positioning's just not not there for the upside. Oh. We might see a pump into tomorrow. There's just like a big cavernous gap to the downside that we can push into. And below, if we fall below gamma neutral again here, it's likely that we pick up momentum in that range as well. All right, so put sellers are backing off here a bit, but we're not getting a lot more call selling. Is the cavernous gap moist or just kind of damp? It's slippery. You guys are ridiculous. Does it have a pull, a gravity? Not in this range. If we get closer to 4350 or under 4350, sure. Can you spend a couple minutes describing how this week's action impacts SLD? It doesn't impact SLD. There's generally, like, before OPEX, going into the SLD deposit period, there's usually quite a lot of bullish action in the market, right? Because if they're gonna sell off equities, they want to sell them high, and so you tend to get like a pump going into SLD. Sometimes that lasts through most of SLD, and then all of that pump kind of falls off as Charm breaks down into the monthly expiration. So there's some assumption that the pre-SLD period is slightly bullish. However, if momentum's just driving the market down, they're gonna get out of their positions regardless, right? And so they'll just sell into the downside movement. And so sometimes if you have a lot of downside momentum going into SLD, it's just bearish kind of all throughout. That's what I like about you, concise. I missed the morning due to a headache. I'm sorry to hear that. You're right once again. I'm bag holding Upstart about $2 a share. Do you think it's going to tank harder or any chance for it to go up to 23, 24? This is what concerns me with Upstart is the sell-off following earnings has been liquid, right? So it doesn't look like a lot of shorting. It looks like a lot of selling. I don't like that. I don't like that for bounce potential either, right? Port's up 10% today, and nothing more than 20 to 30% scalps. Nice, dude. No problem, Yaga. Our QQQ Jan 325p, a good way to play Vega at this level. No. I don't think they are. Hold on. Let me look. Jan, what was it? 325? The 0.25 Vega? 13% out of the money. Um, March March 15, 300. March 15, 300 has 2.8. The 25 for Jan has 2.56. Uh, it's okay. You don't really get a better deal on the 40, but you get a much greater chance of going in the money. I kind of like the 40 a little better, or the 40, or maybe even the 50. 50 is a bit much. Yeah, I kind of like the 40 better. You don't have as much Vega, but your Vega will increase faster on a downside move. It's almost double the Vega, right? Oh, we're giving up gamma neutral. Oh no. That seems kind of bearish. The TLT pump gonna continue? Maybe. Might be kind of running out of room on it. I suppose it could have a little bit more room. Okay. Now we've got a lot more call selling coming in. Yeah. Yeah, downside positioning's picking up. Bot calls, sold calls, bot puts. So both. See how that works out. I'm really gonna defend GN though, right? I think I can try. It's gonna be tough with a negative MM hedge though. Where'd your cap position go? I closed it. I closed it like back here. Sirius takes on Spotify with $10 a month streaming service. Bloomberg. That's neat. 98 counterparties take 1.024 trillion. The Fed's reverse repo. Ugh. Dollar is kind of flat. Jesus Christ, yen's at 150.92. What's your current long-term take on GME? Any reason to have any optimism? That's kind of illiquid. It's pretty illiquid. As far as Cohen goes, no, I don't have a whole lot of faith in him doing anything productive. Please stop juking the price so all my settled cash isn't eaten up by stop hunts. No, this is probably going to stay pretty volatile in this range until we get some stability somewhere. Another attempt to squeeze out short calls does nothing. The yield curve is getting so bearish. Bear steepener denied. What do you think about Docu? Not really interested in it for a while. I used to own it. Increased competition in the space and reduced business activity, I think, over the next couple of years isn't gonna be beneficial for them. We'll see how they look maybe a year from now. But yeah, I'm not really interested right now. Ooh, interesting. Still looks like shit, dork. Hmm. Push Mag 7 over. RSP's down again. QQQ looks like it's rejecting. Early, but doesn't look great. Oh, dork, did you see there's a new low on the carry? Fell below like November 3rd's low. Bear's gonna fumble the bag. Only if they get squeezed out. I don't think they're getting squeezed out here, frankly. They're selling more calls again, so I kind of want to sell some calls too. I'll let them have all the fun. Looks like Head and Shoulders on the 15. I don't think this is particularly. Yeah, I still don't see any of this being particularly bullish. Dude, if I could sell that at 50, that'd be nice. I would sell 2 of those. Come on, push it. Just push it real hard. Test 80. You could do it. Check DM. What do you got? That's kind of what I'm hoping. I'm hoping they push. Maybe they don't. Hmm. I just want to sell them their calls, man. Last candle green, bull market confirmed. Okay. No. Hmm. I don't really know if that's a resistance. Do you think we close over GN? I mean, I think bulls would like that a lot. But they're burning up a lot of pump very early in the day. Which makes you think even if we pump here, they're gonna just de-risk. Coplay dead? No way Friday is enough theta at this point. Dude, I closed the Coplay like 2 hours ago. I'm just gonna wait till it picks up some more call interest again. Maybe early next week. Confirm the break at 43.75 before I go long again. Too many sold calls. Too many sold calls and the market's not pumping, right? Like there's not a lot of upside liquidity. Ooh. Yeah, but Dark, look at this. I kept my cat calls open. Okay. Well, it's reasonable. Ooh, Williams is speaking right now. Let's see, we got who we have? We have Williams. Yeah, Williams speaking in 3 minutes. Bar at 2 o'clock. That's not even worth it. I'd rather just sell fucking Delta. Look up tomorrow's expiration. So. Ooh, that's getting spicy. So pressuring those calls. Are they? I feel like they're just selling more. There's a little long call buying right here. They're trying. BT, you're gonna get somewhere uppy soon. Can you tell China to buy some coal or something? China's economy is literally dying in front of everyone. I must have fondled the wrong peener. Cat went down. SPX went up. Oil down 300 BPS another day. When do we get into the danger zone to the downside? Honestly, oil could keep falling. Is there any big like oil news today? Barclays slashed $4 off its Brent crude forecast for 24. UK dished out some sanctions on like 29 individuals entities are supporting Russia's oil and gold sectors. That's not really a big deal. Um, no, not too much news. What mean when Fubo barcodes for 4 days in a row? No, so Russell's falling. They're getting liquidity and they're netting out. Am I hallucinating or is Express on an uptrend? Kind of was, yeah. Not an insane one, but there's definitely some accumulation. I think it actually looks pretty good since like August. Hasn't been a lot of news on it recently. OI update? Everything's pretty much the same. There's a little bit of call buying that came in there at like 80, 85, 90, but I don't see a lot of sold calls getting squeezed yet. They're kind of flat on selling puts, which opens up VIX to spike again. It's 143. Yeah, so we're like a little more heavily weighted to the upside right now, but tomorrow's expiration has very little fucking interest. And most of the upside looks pretty negative. Everything's just sitting at fucking 43.75 all the way out into Friday. All the long side interest is just packed into 43.75. You still adding shares on Fubo? Not unless it goes back under like $1.50. Do you still think Fubo has a chance of rising? So if Russell moves up, which it hasn't, then yeah, it could pressure the covering going on there and force the bid up. Isn't tomorrow a zero DTE day? Yeah, it's Friday. No, tomorrow's Thursday. Every day's a zero DTE day on SPX. Do you think we see 4100 again before January? That's possible. Yeah. Still not enough. 250. That's a little closer. Come on, you can do it. Test 80. Let's go. Has the yield curve ever been inverted this long? I don't think so. Maybe. JPY moon soon? USD JPY is getting fucking crushed today. Or, well, yen's getting crushed. No, there's two. So right now, Williams is speaking. And then there's another Fed speech at 2 o'clock. Barr. Williams isn't commenting in the prepared text. So no comment from Williams on monetary policy. So maybe Barr. Barr's at 2, I think. So like 15, 14 minutes or so. We'll start talking. Does the new law on the carry mean people are being pressured to leave the carry trade due to the BOJ policy changes? Yeah. Don't forget that as yields go down on the US side, that also collapses the spread. Why do you want it testing 80 when you have no calls? Because I want to sell the bulls their calls. And I do have calls, but they're 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 like longer dated. Is it time to sell Fubo CCs? You could if you want to. There's some risk selling CCs on it when it's illiquid though. So some additional risk. God fucking damn it. Alright. Yeah, still just no volume. I want to see 4350. That'd be cool. Is cat gonna hover at this range for the rest of the day? That's a distinct possibility, yeah. See if there's an opportune time to get out of my position. If we get another pump on the indexes before the end of the day, that would be what you're looking for. I guess it really doesn't have any support, so it's just as reasonable as anything else. Is there like a longer one? Go out to like the 15-minute. Not really. Ooh. Hold up. What's that? 65? Is cat gonna hover at this range for the rest of the day? Oh, okay. Yeah, you're good. You look at QQQ on the daily, it looks like it's megaphoning to me. Kind of just looks like it broke out. Might get rejected. I don't know about megaphoning. It's the same as the prior high, right? Like, you would need lower low, higher high. So you'd want something like up here. It's like a higher test. God fucking damn it. Just let me sell my calls. Greedy, greedy, greedy. What's greedy? I don't think I'm being greedy. Are you also short QQQ or just individual meme 7? Just mag 7. I don't think I have any QQ. Well, I have some SQQQ shit open. Not a lot though. Like 30 contracts or something. They're like next weekly, so they're not expensive. Still fucking nothing happening. Yep, this is immensely boring, Dork. Too early for Zom calls? Probably. Yeah, Zom could still fall back to like 101. God damn it. I'm not even asking for a lot. Just 78. Just once. Cough, cough, greedy. It's not greedy. I want more money for the calls. I could sell the 75.70. That would be greedy. Although I'm not really sure how greedy that actually is at this point. You know what? I'll sell one of them. No spread for you. Hmm. Hey, the 2 years green. how that looks. It does look rather distributive. Yeah, well, I mean, they're trying to pressure out the sold calls, but the sold calls aren't going anywhere. And they don't seem to want to sell any more puts, so we're just fucking sitting here. Hey, there we go. With no squeeze out, where can we drop to end of day? I think that will depend on if we see de-risking or not. Just trying to burn 0 DTE theta. No, they're trying to keep from losing gamma neutral. Let's see if any interest is picking up for tomorrow to the upside of 75, because right now there's fucking none. Oop, there we go. Oops. Dirk, what the fuck, man? Did Williams say something? Who's speaking right now? Fucking Bar? Bar's supposed to be speaking? Ah, fucking Christ. Why does it keep doing that? Resistance at 82. Sold calls holding on. More sold calls coming in. They got the pump in Mag 7, right? But like QQQ moved green back to green on the day. Nvidia up, Apple up, Microsoft. The Mag 7 are kind of tapped out. I think the concentration's getting like close to like 30% or something. This thing's about to get rugged, isn't it? It might. Definitely possible. If any of the calls start taking profits, like the in the money calls start taking profits here, it can all break down really quick. DVM calls feel like a very obvious buy with the strong earnings and drop in price with oil prices dropping. Really? With the oil prices dropping, their future prospects probably aren't going to be very good, right? So I don't see why people would want to go long there. No, Mag 7 hit its all-time high as a concentration of SPX yesterday. That doesn't mean it's tapped out. I mean, they can, like, it could still just get more over concentrated, but it adds a ton of risk, right? I want to see four-digit P's at the top of this thing. It's a bit ambitious. How about a VWAP song? If we go VWAP. Jesus Christ. Upstart's up down 25% today. I really got fucking murdered. GME looks like shit. Dude, why the fuck is GME so illiquid today? Look at this shit. This is nothing but gaps. It was down at 295. Hmm. Holy fuck, this is boring. No play VUP song for big downs. I don't know if it's gonna give us big downs. I just want to watch this. Hmm. A song would be a nice any song. I don't want to play songs. I gotta find them. It's a big pain in the ass. Do I have something over here? Here you go.
You see, the thing about trading stocks is there's really only one single indicator that truly matters. Now, I know that I have commonly been referred to as the best trader of our generation, or Gherk's right-hand man, or the king of quants, or Defton. But the most important thing is that I see things and indicators that others do not. I can't give two hoots about FTDs or cycles or what have you. Nor do I care about the economic calendar, futures, and rates, or them FOMC meetings. All that really matters when it comes to trading any stock is one single indicator that will change your life. Let me just put it this way. I've been using the rounded bottom breakout ever since I paid someone on the internet to tell me about rounded bottom breakout. I don't do it to be cool. I don't do it to make a statement. I just like losing money.
This is Terran for hire.
Let me see that bottom. I can smell that bottom. I can feel that bottom. Break it out to the best that it can be. I can taste that bottom. I can play a bottom. I can be your bottom. As long as you promise not to tell on me.
We do not hear that song enough. Yeah, we do. We're busy all day. Are we listening to that because we expect more pumpies? No. I just I just picked a random song out of the file. No, it's not new. It's old. The song didn't magically move the SPX. I'm so confused. Doesn't say anything for the next 12 minutes. I'm gonna replay that part of the stream a couple of times. Ridiculous. Dork, do you think they'll buy the spread off me for 420? I mean, it's fine if they keep my money, right? I'm trying to sell it. So far, it's been topping out at like 415. Would MSTR see big capital outflows upon a BTC ETF opening, irrespective of BTC price? Probably not. Is wheat going to do something? Why would wheat do something? Is wheat like moving today? No, wheat's down. Ooh, gold's dropping again. That's fun. Dow's down, ES is fucking flat, and NQ's at 0.02. Amazing. Oh, shit. This is it, dork. I'm gonna get my fill. Hold on. I'm gonna try to sell 2 of them. Any Siri changes today? They announced like some platform or something. For like your phone. Gork trying to throw the margin baby out with the bathwater. It's it's like $400 of $500 of risk for fucking 2,500 in returns. It's awesome. Wow. 2,000 in returns. 2,200. Did you just color the market again? No. Are you getting 420 for that trade? That's what they're paying for it. Well, they're not actually paying for it. 420 for it, which is kind of the problem right now, but I'd like them to. Would you not get better liquidity opening a put there? Gross. Ah! They filled, Dork. Someone bought them. Ah! Should have waited. We're going higher. You've been saying that since this morning. You said that yesterday too, into the end of the day, and then we went down to 43.73. Is that the new fill noise? Yeah, I changed it yesterday. Or the day before yesterday? At some point. Siri got an app? We are living in the future. Boo, unsubbed, unliked. I like it. It's like a wet whistle. Damn, trash. You're really against the new trade noise. We went to 43.90 yesterday? No, we didn't. How about I'll do my thing, you do your thing, and you keep your thing to yourself. Come on, Girk, you know half your audience is autistic. You can't be changing things. Why not? Immersion therapy, Evans. Sirius always calls me and offers me subscriptions for $30. I reject, and they offer 25, then 12, then 3, then 3 free months. I always just say I have the internet. Yeah. Siri's really popular for people who are over 60. That's the old fill noise? No, it's not. The old one was a ding. Gorker, Pickle Man, what is it, Dork? Well, stop it. Stop letting it do that. What do you think about this, Dork? Win long sold puts. Hmm. It's 2:30 p.m. Cat getting slapped. Yeah, Dow's dropping pretty hard right now. Dork yields are going up. Like very little, but they're up. Pickle versus Dork. Who will win today's battle? I don't think we're in disagreement. Hey, look at you go. How likely are we to drop below 43.70? I don't need us to drop below 43.70. I need us to drop below 43.74. What in the fuck? Dirk, that's a double-ended penis. That's bearish as shit. Why did you show that to me? If sold calls start giving up here, I'm gonna get very angry. Why is there no options interest for tomorrow? I could max 7 pump forever upwards. This is getting incredibly ridiculous. It's not getting incredibly ridiculous. It is incredibly ridiculous. Ooh. Gamma flip moved up to 43.50, 250. That's awfully close to the money. Yep. Still no fucking options interest for tomorrow. So actually, like, Dork, it looks like tomorrow's looks like the market's just not even gonna open. Look at this stupid shit, right? And then look at this. It's like nobody has any plans for tomorrow. There's no liquidity anywhere. What if the market just doesn't open tomorrow? Down 20% overnight? I'm not ready. Emergency holiday? Like we're gonna start doing what China does? I'm starting to think there's no money anywhere. There's always money in the banana stand. Oh, this is lame. NYMEX December futures settle at 212 a gallon for gasoline. Diesel at 274. Favorite fruit you're allergic to? I'm allergic to all the fruits. So you could just ask what my favorite fruit is. Pears. Fucking love pears. Has your expectation changed for cat yet, or still in since we haven't seen 233? No, it closed it earlier today. Closed it. It's just stuck in a rut and it's not going anywhere because the market's indexes aren't moving enough and there's too many sold calls to the upside. There's no way they sell me one at 440, right? Ah, they didn't. Just wait until my 490 limit order hits. The downside's not really protected at all. That's why they're so afraid of the downside. There's a little bit of protection at 75, but if they lose 75, they don't have much below that. There's some futures resistance at like 67 and 50, but Powell speaks again tomorrow. I think a lot of bulls this morning were banking on Powell saying something. Just anything, right? Instead, he had no comment. Ooh, I have a bag of beef jerky. Hmm. That's what I was doing, Dork. I don't have a water bed. When hazy co-stream, I don't know, it's really hard to get like internet under the bridge where he lives. I sold 30 DTE 4420 calls. Am I the pumper now? No. How much are those going for? It's not too bad. I don't know if I'd want 30 DT though. I like that one. What happens when RRP goes to 0? I don't know. Powell's gonna be pissed. Will the Bulls pull a God Candle out and save themselves? We'll see. Are calls building up? They're relentlessly buying the dips. Yeah, but they're not. There's not a lot of calls building up anywhere. They're mostly just buying the 75. But there are is out of the money calls that are decaying. This is super boring. I'm gonna get something to eat. I'll be right back. All right. Quick, now he's gone. Everybody post actual financial advice. What's up, Dork? Greg Handle. Yeah, it seems I've missed out on all the excitement. You know, yields are really starting to push up, Dork. I didn't get a juice. What's your confidence level that we fall below 43.65 today? Not huge. All the positioning kind of looks like they're trying to push a close between like 75 and 80. So kind of where we're at right now. But I don't know what's going to happen when their out of the money calls start to fall off. If they lose GN, then yeah, we could slide. There you go, trash. Mid. That was better than mid. Wow. Well, from 86 to 73 in the last 15 minutes yesterday. Never give in. Hard mid? Unbelievable. He's negging you. Better fall for it. The problem is it's working. Mm-mm. They don't have a nice support, Yaga. Their support is shit. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say markets are just super illiquid, NJ 197. Gaff, when are you going to crash the markets? This risk unwind is embarrassing. I know you can't tell me. But have you guys had any team meetings lately about what you're gonna do when credit disappears? In other news, and this is true, AA's next great thing to turn AMC green is $5, and you don't know what film you're seeing until opening credits. Never mind Regal doing this just before they tanked. So, like a film lottery? I can't believe that two people had that same idea. I don't know if you know this, Gaff, but AMC's gonna mow ass any day now. And Adam Aaron is the ape father. Or silverback, or some sort of older ape. I would pay $5 to see a random movie sitting on my couch, let alone in a theater. You can't foreclose the theater if we have people inside 24/7. I've sold my car and all of my possessions and gone all in on AMC. Just you wait, you'll all see. Shit. $30K for a truck must be over 6,000 pounds where we're going. What? Surprise, you hate this movie and now you have to drive home. Yeah, it's. I mean, if like Google Play did it for like $1 or something, like you spend $1, you're gonna download a random movie. Maybe I would try it out. Just like, for those times when you're like, fuck, I don't know what I want to watch. But there's no way they're giving you a dollar movie download of anything good, right? I just hit I'm feeling lucky on the Pirate Bay. Can I sell my download if I don't like it? What do you think it is? Like an NFT marketplace? Hey, we actually have a rejection finally. Boop. Oh man, they never let me sell that last spread. Krog? I don't know. Give me, show me things. There's literally nothing going on SPX right now. Come on, Gork, sell me a cartoon picture of your hat. So Dork, tell me this: when there's no central banks to stabilize credit spreads, right? Like no, all the central banks are doing QT, and then there's no more buyers in the treasury market. What happens to yields? Oh, I need the Jeopardy music. Shit, hold on. A little something happened. That doesn't count. I like to imagine a world where there's just a bunch of future sellers sitting at 43.90 waiting. This is the SPX endgame. It's like buying a loot box in a pay-to-play game, except this time you get to watch a bad movie in an awful theater. Yeah. In New York City, you get to get bed bugs. What? From the theater? Yeah. You're really dissuading me from ever going to New York City. Do you spend a lot of time in movie theaters in Oklahoma or wherever now? The new place? I know where it is. I just don't know if you want other people to know where it is, so I'm keeping it. I mean, if you're lucky, you will only get bed bugs from a New York City AMC. I knew somebody who got crabs from a movie theater. I don't think it was an AMC though. That's not true trash. I do remember the new place. What the actual fuck? Wait, what? Remember that dream I just told you about a couple minutes ago, dork? I think it's coming true. Mostly atomic. I knew somebody that got an eviction notice from AMC. To be fair, it was technically unrelated to the movie theater itself. So wait, they were evicted from an AMC? Did they live there? If you see 90 days of movies in New York City, can you declare yourself a resident? Like, are you a squatter? I'm gonna go to an AMC and negotiate like a streaming space. I want an entire theater to myself, broadband access, and then I can live stream the downfall of the company. What's it gonna cost me? Like $30 a day? Just rent a house across the street from an AMC and stream video camera footage of their parking lot. $30 a day is laughable. You forgot to include sales tax. It's better than an empty theater, right? Resistance too great at 43.75. There's resistance at 43.75. I think it'll only cost you $5. You don't actually know if it's the fall of AMC or AA dancing in his boxers on a loop until the opening credits. It's really just a loop of jarring pictures of a senior citizen's penis. Like a slideshow. So if bond short's starting to cover and JPY 10-year starting to score, carry trade might equal fuck, right? Yeah, well, it collapses the spread. So, and then if you're trying to leverage up, it collapses even more. Yuta's a genius. As a connoisseur, I prefer flip books. Hmm. All right. Ooh. My food's ready. I'll be right back. Pacific Coast Monk, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. Sorry I'm late. Whoa, Girk lost a lot of weight. No, I didn't. So you know how in small suburban areas there's that one parking lot where people put their cars to sell? Well, the other day I saw a 2019 Porsche SUV at the lot. Recession confirmed. Are you sure it's a 2019? Can you confirm hedgies hate this one cheap trick? No. A Porsche Panera? Yes, it was shiny. I mean, like the Cayenne hasn't really changed its body style in forever. I think they changed like they update like the facade like every year, but the body styles stays in place for like it's on like a 7-year cycle, something like that. Most luxury cars do that to preserve resale value. Stop ruining my anecdotal evidence that nobody should base their economic outlook on. Gosh. I mean, I just want to know if it was really a 2019. Can you do me a favor and call the guy? Pretend to be an interested party? Like, let's get to the bottom of this. Well, then we know if it's an economic indicator or not. You filled whilst you were gone. Ooh, nice. I did. Excellent. Call someone like with your actual phone number? Yeah. Then he says, "Oh, got a kid coming," and sigh. Well, just need the money. Then we know we're in a recession. Exactly. What if he's like, my 3 HELOCs I used to pay for my cars are really killing me on the interest payments, and I'm gonna sell the car back to get my principal down, right? I mean, we could get so much out of this. Can I ask why credit spreads in this situation? Let me ask you why not? Liquidity on slightly in the money 0 DTEs is phenomenal. As you can see by my net credit of $2,600. I'll call. I have coworkers who have Porsches, and I know how to speak dumb. Perfect. Odds of seeing sub 43.75 today is slim. They are, but it's possible. And it's really only slim because they keep buying the fuck out of the dip, but I don't know why they'd stop buying the fuck out of the dip. Isn't sub 43.75 the whole reason you're selling all those spreads? Yeah. I think my risk is in line with my expectation for us to fall below 43.75 by the end of the day, though. I would say we probably have about like a 30% chance of closing under 43.75. And I'm only taking 20% risk. Also, if we were to break to the upside, I'd have a bunch of credit to hedge with. You love risk, don't you, Gaff? I always figured Gaff was more of a Parcheesi guy. Tiddlywinks, actually. Tiddlywinks and 4D checkers. All checkers are 4D. No, they're not. Fubo run over? If Russell keeps sliding? Yeah. Is RC playing 1D chess? Video game softball. I think he's talking about the game, Pogs. Not PAWG. That's different. I had the full Pog Arena growing up. You know, as an adult, I'm not sure I ever actually knew how to play that game. I just do Slammer at cardboard circles because Slammer. Oh, okay. What happened to Cat? It got rejected at VWAP and moved down $1. It's now perfectly flat on the day. What do you do when you get down to like one Pog? How do you flip that? The Slammer flips it? Yeah, I get that part. It just seems improbable that anybody would be able to flip over the last Pog. That's not what we're talking. We're talking about the actual game. Right, people are playing Pogs on soft surfaces. Yeah, I can tell Gaff spent a lot of time playing Pog. Is this why you have so many children? The arena had like a mouse pad surface, so perfect springiness for kinetic energy. Huh. What level of support is at 4375 SPX? What do you mean? Like how much? A lot. Any news on the 10-year? It came in a bit above market, not much. Lilly, new weight loss drug, same like amphetamine in the 60s, banned in 5 years. We'll see. Most weight loss drugs get banned though. It's almost like our bodies are really good at getting fat. I have a meeting later with a VP of a program, but I have absolutely no idea or solutions for the issues I'm presenting. How do I bullshit my way through this? Speak in open-ended sentences, and hopefully they'll solve the issues for you, and then you can just like bandwagon onto their idea. Brilliant. And then they'll like you even more because you're kind of just echoing what they already think, right? You're going to get promoted. I hope you're ready. How long till we have commercials for class action lawsuits on weight loss drugs? And we already have commercials for those, right? If I touch this, it's going to remove. No. Interesting. We need them thick boys. We need volume. There's no volume. There's no money. Close your calls 4380. Close them. I'm not sure how many of the 4380 calls are long. Dirk, is this bullish? haven't lost yet. Jobless prediction for tomorrow? Isn't it just the... It's just the weekly ones, right? I don't think they matter that much. Maybe like the 4-week average. The 4-week average is slightly higher. I don't think that data is very important. We're gonna end the day at exactly 0%. That's a possibility. Hmm. Or sell off into close. The last time the market closed at exactly 0% was 65 million years ago when the dinosaurs died. Yeah, but what happened 5 days later? Remember early in the pandemic when the Thursday job reports came in and they were adding a million new claims each week and the market would go up because money printer go burr? uh, the old money printer. Those were the days. No, I don't. McConaughey. No, the market will close up a penny so they can claim an 8-day winning streak. Hmm. What do you think, Dork? I'm trying to play the most unattainable $4 move in the history of the market. Seriously though, do the bulls just need SPX to close above gamma positive? I mean, it's ideal, yeah. No, I won't take my shirt off. Going below 75 at this point would be kind of nuts. I mean, there's support, but there's not that much. There's just nothing pushing down, right? How do you think the rest of the year closes out? If we have a major correction, do you think it happens in quarter 1, quarter 2 of 2024? I think if we're gonna have a major correction, which I mean we already had a correction, just 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 now, but if we're gonna have another one, I would say before the end of quarter 1, 2024. If we start getting out into the rate cuts, it becomes less likely. Or at least into the period where rate cuts are more likely to happen. It's a very interesting dynamic of nothing happening. Hmm. Yields backed off again. I rescind my last statement. If SPX moves in either direction by $5, it's going to be nuts. Yeah. Instead of nothing happening, will you say it's quiet? Too quiet? I just want to update you on my new strategy of only buying puts, and then when they're in the money, not setting a stop on them, and then holding them until they're $0. So far, it isn't working great. Okay. Have you tried not doing that? Ooh, dork. We broke 80. Rip into close? Or do they close all the short calls and dump it? No, because I don't think there's any range. So I don't really think it's worth hedging. That might be worth hedging. Just some other test of 4400 ES. $341. this is fucking lame. Could you get more positive action for tomorrow's JPOW speech? Possibly. Right now, there's not a lot of interest for tomorrow. If I were you, I'd sell 100K futures contracts right about now. I don't know if that would do anything. Ooh, shit. Okay, I probably should have hedged it. Is there a lot of interest over Morrow? No? There's OI on Friday. Tomorrow's still pretty empty. It was mostly just the interest at 43.75. I didn't buy a put. What put? I don't have any puts. You mean the put I sold? I sold a put. Hmm. This looks unsustainable. Ooh, zero DTE stuff. 15 minutes to expiry. Dork! Wouldn't buy and hold normal shares stream. Ew. How long can SPX bulls keep up the charade? End of November, end of December, end of Jan? I don't fucking know, man. I was making jerky, so I didn't play end of day. But is there any reason the last 3 days have had $20 moves in the last 15 minutes? Huge concentrations of at and near the money calls and puts. Lots of selling, right? Both on the call and put side. And so at the end of the day, as they collapse the trades, that tends to create more dramatic moves. So yeah, basically in their all day effort to keep like realized volatility flat, they create a bunch of end of day volatility. Is the bond market about to break down? No bid scenario. It's very illiquid. Day's not over, Travis. 1.66 billion buy side. That's not very much. Closing out at 43.80 or 85. I don't know if we'll hold this level. We'll see. It's going to require a lot more call buying for tomorrow, which still hasn't materialized. Why are we not seeing significantly more de-risking above GN? Because we're not very far above GN. Yeah, I mean, if they de-risked here, we'd immediately fall through it. And they don't have any fucking calls to the downside, so if they lose GN, they'll lose all their stability. Can I just peek already? Can it just peek already so I can fade it? No, not yet. Pump into tomorrow's speech, then de-risk high above GN. Possibly. I wonder how long they can keep that up for, Dork. I mean, 8 more minutes. I think they already tried to pop 90. It's not like if they hit 90, the fucking cut, like the sold calls are gonna close, right? I mean, the hedge needs to flip harder than like 0.01 delta. Is the top coming in this week to fade, or would it continue to rise into next week? If we don't get a pullback this week, we'll probably pump into next week. Well, I mean, to pump $250, they had to compound short vol, right? It might be a little further out of the money, but the Vega risk is still there. Can you say, and the SLD begins, but in a sensual tone? That is my sensual tone. Take profits on EXR or long-term holds? It's kind of a long-term hold for me, but yeah, I understand the desire to take profits on it. It had a very nice move up. I kind of wonder how many of the shorts on it are gonna get squeezed out though. Looks like they're having erectile dysfunction, Dork. This whole week has been a net waste of time for me trading. You could have just sold an iron condor on Monday. Hmm. Interesting. Ding ding. The day is done. Well, that was interesting. Let's see. So, fucking flat. 10 basis points up. I guess that's 8 green days in a row. Thoughts on the end of the week? I think we just stay here until Powell talks tomorrow, probably. But the upside's weaker after today than it was yesterday. So out of the money call positionings kind of closed a little bit. Some of it picked back up on the bounce today, but not a lot. Tomorrow's open interest is almost completely flat around spot. The only significant call interest tomorrow is at 75 and 4400. And then yes, I mean still not a lot of calls up to 4400. So the range up to 4400 still weak. 4400 still a resistance. And I'm pretty sure they're just selling even more calls above 4400. Might be if we move in the overnight session and we can cross 4400 overnight, it's possible that they squeeze out some of the short calls and we tap gamma max, but it doesn't look that great. So you assume they would have tried to do off of market open today, but they didn't. Futures is already falling in after hours. It lost 4400 and kind of probably pulling back to where the MM's hedging at 75. RSP 16 BPS down today. NQ up 2. Russell down. Dow down. Dollar flat. The 2-year was up on the day, but everything like 5, 10, 20, 30 all down. Yeah, well, not seeing too much. And correlation looks like it started to fall off a little bit with the end of the day pump, but I feel like that would snap back pretty quick if vol starts to pick up. The carry trade's getting crushed down still. Yen just shy of 151, like 1 cent shy. I don't know what bond volatility was like today, but we're still seeing an increased volatility on or increased VVIX. So that's not really changing much. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even, besides the Mag 7, I don't really know what's supported today. Not much. Everything else is like fucking flat or down. So 30% of the market concentration supporting 100% of the index. Healthy. I'm sure that'll last. GME still getting shorted. Not very interesting. Upstart got a ton of liquidity from the earnings sell-off. Probably has plenty of liquidity to continue shorting. Fubo still kind of flat. They shorted a little bit today with the fall off in Russell, but not a ton. We're still above like that 260 resistance. So if Russell were to run, this could still bounce back. I don't know if we get another high, but we could. If Russell keeps falling off, though, that's going to keep providing liquidity, and they're going to continue to net off, right? And then the price will collapse. Siri, boring. Nothing really interesting there. Any earnings tonight? I don't think so. Nothing important, right? So bond sellers, but no one wants to buy them. Huh. All right. Tricky. Anything make you turn bullish into tomorrow? You seem pretty bearish during the 10-year auction. I'm still pretty bearish. I don't think there's like any room to pump. I don't think they have any liquidity up here. Like even getting to like Gamma Max seems really difficult at this point. And since Powell didn't really speak today, at least on monetary policy, that's just gonna kind of shift over everyone's plans for today into tomorrow. So we'll probably see something similar that we saw to what we saw this morning, and that they're gonna try to push up in the pre-market into market open and try to get some stability at that 4,400 level before Powell's speech. If they can't, we're gonna get stuck here at 43.75 until he speaks. And if he says anything hawkish and they lose gamma neutral, there's no downside support. So yeah, I feel like the upside's illiquid and the downside's kind of wide open. And they baited some call sellers in today, but probably not enough to give them more than a little bit of liquidity. Like, so I don't see any pump to the upside being sustainable. The only thing to step in for liquidity is the market maker, because we're above gamma neutral. And yesterday, like delta neutral started to get a little bit tighter despite gamma neutral falling. So we still have like a ton of concentration of interest like right here at the money. And then if we go out to like the monthly gamma max, which is way up here, I think like all of this is just sold calls. Just like shitloads of sold calls, and that's pulling gamma max down. Do you think we could drop overnight, or they're gonna keep it in this range? I mean, I think the MM's probably pretty happy with it at like 43.90 to 85 in the overnight session, so we probably won't see a lot of hedging either way. There is some overnight data, I think. I know Yuda speaks at 3:35 a.m. and then there's an ECB bank bulletin at 4 a.m. Then we have jobless claims in the pre-market. But if jobless claims are bad and they push us below gamma neutral, they're going to spend the entire morning trying to regain GN again, right? Kind of like the last part of today. Last but not least, does Tesla look like a piece of shit? No, not entirely. Hold on. Let me look at something else. So Tesla had a bit of a spike in call interest going into this morning. That didn't really materialize into anything. Yeah, I'd still want to see a breakdown of probably of the trend. So like a breakdown of 215 before I considered going short. I don't think this is a good entry. Like this could break up or down. It's really could go either way. If they can't pump above 4,400 this week, will they get it before SLD begins next week into OPEX? Possibly, yeah. If we stay above gamma, or well, I think if we stay above delta neutral into the end of this week, or we don't fall back to delta neutral, we're probably going to see a pump into the beginning of next week. You still can if you're trying. I challenge you to an oil wrestle. Me? I accept. What is the burrito but a taco giving itself a hug? All right. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. On that note, I'll see you later. Have a good night, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.